Alright, welcome back to the Long Dark. Let's go back to the Interloper run from day 234 or 234. And we are in Ash Canyon.
I need to find something to drink.
I also need to find my bedroll back, which I left. Which I left at the fishing hut on the previous stream. Today's plan is to explore Ash Canyon a little bit more. And then probably during today's stream we will say goodbye to Ash Canyon, but let's see first what we do on this day. The sun is about to come up. We have a decent supply of fish down at the fishing hut. We have some meat there. Let me take a look at my notes. So yeah, I left quite a bit of things in the foreman's retreat, but that's actually fine. Before I leave, I definitely want to take most of the clothes with me. Not necessarily all, but most. Hey Aurum, hey Beladoris. What I didn't write down is what I left at Angler's Den, the cabin in the middle of Ash Canyon, and I know I left at least my arrow making supplies there. So I very likely want to go do something related to that. What's my bow condition? Bow is 57%. It's not like awfully risky yet, but I wouldn't mind actually making a new bow. So maybe I will take some cuts from here. There's actually... Wait a minute, there's 3 maples there. I think I have more here, right? Yeah. Okay, so we will have 3 maple here. We will have 7 birch. 7 birch and in total 5 cuts. Oh, thanks Varakim for noticing. I turned that on. Hey, there I am. Hello. Thanks Varakim. I turned the camera off as I went to get my water. All right. So what was I doing? So there's 3 maple, there's 7 birch, there's 5 cuts, there's 1. No, I'm editing the wrong spot. There's no undo in this. Crap. I think that was 1. Maybe that was 2. That was more like 2. Crap. Edited the wrong thing. I think that was 6. It's not that big of a deal. That back of a deal. Hey Alien. Yes indeed, I appeared. But yeah, that's those notes don't matter that much actually. point is I know there is some maple, some birch there, but I'm not sure if I will actually go back up there anymore. Wait a minute, when did I kill the bear? The bear. I killed the bear when I came here, so that was around these times, right? Yeah. So I would have to wait until like day 264, 50 days at this stage of the game for that thing to actually respawn, which I won't do today. I mean on this run. Okay, let's see what the temperature is like. Yes, I finished Overdin. This day actually looks pretty good, because as the sun is coming up, it's a Macklens day. I'll be able to make fire with the magnifying lens, and it is not that cold. Saturday was about 13 hours in total. So after Jack the Lions, I played until I finished Ogden. So yes, the sun is up, which means I'll be able to make fire with magnifying lens, and then hopefully the wind won't pick up. Oh man, the morning blue of the sky is quite awesome.
What do you know? Looks like I survived another night.
Those here, I have a lot of sticks, that's good. So let's make yes, I forgot that one, so let's pick it up. Let's make...
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Let's make fire here, not to fish, but actually to get some torches burning. Torches burning, and because I want to go to Angler's Den, and that means going through quite many wolves. So we're going to do this almost completely with sticks, or actually completely with sticks.
I can't feel my hands.
Let's see. Oh, I have 60 charcoal on me. That's quite a lot. That's a little bit excessive for mapping, having 6 kilos of charcoal in your pocket. Don't get me wrong, I do want quite a bit because I want to do mapping, but that's a little bit excessive. Little bit excessive. So we have some food here in the fishing huts. We can always come back here. I will more or less just go past those wolves near Angler's Den to get to the Angler's Den itself, and then we'll go explore the back parts a bit. Also do a little bit of mapping. Although I haven't at all checked what's my mapping progress of this one, because I have a kind of a minor goal of getting the Faithful Cartographer done. Faithful Cartographer done, but where do I actually see it? Oh, these are rock caches. Oh, I have to select it like that. Okay. I have mapped 9 out of 20. That's not much. I still have quite many places. Unmapped. You can do force reveal, which reveals the area names instead of keeping them as a question mark. So I basically have this whole left-hand side unmapped, including the mine, because I wasn't really in a mapping condition when I was there, so I don't think I will get the whole place mapped today. Okay, let's boil one batch of water while I heal up. I have some teas here. Actually, right. I will probably collect more. Collect more teas, but I don't really have that many extras at the moment. Still looks great. Let's do this. Good dodges, please. That's a good one. So you get something between like 10 and 50% dodges, and it is random, but it is also random based on your location around the fire. So if you find a good spot for the dodge, there's a high likelihood you will get more 50% dodges like I did there. But it's not guaranteed. And I think it might also change a bit over time. Another good one. Alright. Oh, it is extremely good day. It's not even half day yet. And we are seeing nice feels like -8. The torch does give a little bonus though. wolves were... Wolves were there after the narrow part, not here yet. I also see a couple of cattails I hadn't picked up. Good. As long as the wind doesn't pick up, which we probably will, I don't have to worry about the wolves too much. Cattails were actually great as well. Okay, so they're to the right and over. The right and over the waterfall is where we are going. Dear pardon. So the perfect moment to drink that to get a little bit of warmth.
Wonder if I can drop any of this here.
They fixed most of these glitching issues, but I don't think these are. I don't think these are here on purpose, almost beneath the ice. But I think they fixed it in a way that they cannot be completely under the ice. But you can always get them. This is great because now I don't have to rely on getting meat. Alright, then we enter the wolf den. Well, not actually quite yet, but the way to the wolf den. Last time I came through here it was kind of a storm. The wolves are right there. Nice little cattail reward here. Also a backpack. Backpack that I had not seen. That also reminds me that I should be wearing that. Okay, wolves. As long as I have the torch, everything is fine. I hear the wind howling a bit. It's always a little bit scary. Especially if the... okay, I see one of the wolves. Especially if the torch goes out like as soon as I enter here, because the wind is blowing from this direction. Okay, I see one of the wolves behind the tree there, and the other one is on the other side of the lake. Yeah, this wind is quite high. temperature is amazing. Oh, what's me? What do you mean I can't make fire? Is this a slope? I think the torch is staying up. Yeah, it sounds like the wind might be picking up a bit.
Come on, little fire.
Yeah, this wind sounds like something that's sounds like that would put out a torch. Based on how the weather is now, even that the wind is howling here, based on how the weather is now, we don't need no good weather shrines right now. And if this wind direction stays, this is perfect. There is third. Maybe there is no third.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Return of the Obra Dinn was incredible. Incredible experience. The game mechanics were like made for me. I enjoyed it so much. But also the scatterbrained me, especially in combination with the streamer brain. That was also quite facepalmy. Facepalmy at times. Watching myself miss some absolutely obvious clues. It's almost embarrassing, but it's actually been quite a. I don't watch my own Let's Plays fully. Like I check them that everything is okay and things like that. But I have actually watched the Obra Dinn from the start now that I put it on YouTube. Oh, there's a cave there. I've watched Obra Dinn completely when I put it on YouTube because it's been interesting to see kind of how my brain works and how and why it misses things. And also like some it's been also afterwards, since we had the spoiler discussion on Discord. It was cool to see. Cool to see that some of my ideas or hypotheses, even that I didn't find that exact clue to get the correct result, they were correct. So that's nice. But yeah, even that we are now on the long dark stream, don't put spoilers on the Twitch chat, just in case someone happens to come in or be in who still wants to play that, because that's one of the games you don't want to be spoiled at all. And also, one of the reasons why I played it completely before I started posting, immediately there were spoilers on the YouTube comments. But yeah, it's not that big of a deal now, because we're not playing that game, but because someone might be just maybe have just seen my my Let's Play a bot game and haven't played it yet. Just in case. Okay, but we got the wolf den wolves. I will leave this here. Leave this here to get it so that it doesn't immediately despawn and respawn. And I will try to take the guts. Hey Vitalik, where can I get sexy mustache photos? In your dreams. Actually in full condition. Mustache is still good looking, thanks.
Starting to feel numb.
I started having thoughts of actually shaving in the past week or so. It's been now at well, actually we are right about like in the mid-February. It will be 1 year since I started growing, and so I started growing before we went into any kind of lockdown or remote working mode here in Finland. So let's make some rose hips. So that I can drink that later. Right, it was this non-cave. Right. This was not the curious stuff here cave.
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so
crazy. Oh, shut up!
Right
You have water. But yeah, when I shave. Well, first of all, I will first of all get this beard trimmed, and then consider like if I keep the beard or not. But if I actually shave the beard off, I will totally just leave the mustache, just get the whole beard out and just have the mustache. That's that will definitely happen. But yeah, I don't think I will be shaving anytime soon. Like completely off. Okay, let's get more meat. This is still an excellent day.
And this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Still an excellent day. We are very much due a blizzard. Because when I came to Ash Canyon, like the first 20 days at least, every single morning, or every single, like, because this is now, we are in the warmest part of the day, every single day at this stage of the day there was a blizzard. So when it was the warmest, it was really hard for me to get things done because it was always blizzardy. I think that is actually perfect. Okay, I will do the super risky thing.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Super risky thing and actually carry the meat with me. Come at me, wolves! I am not afraid. I will be a little afraid when they come, but like. I'm not afraid. Let's say I'm not afraid. There might be a third wolf here somewhere. Although I was throwing all the rocks, so I don't think it is around. Did I pick up the tea? I completely didn't pick up the tea. Crap. Did I actually leave the tea there? No, I didn't. I left the tea there. That is done. That is done. Actually, that meat probably won't burn. At least I left the fire. You can't. First of all, you can't eat burnt meat. Burnt meat will just disappear. But that meat will probably, the fire will go just about the time. Fire will go out just when it's about to get burned. So it will be alright. Although the fire does burn longer outside. So there's a little bit of chance that I didn't quite get that right. Oh, there's a deer. There's a deer. This is actually a deer spawn. Holy crap. I didn't know that. I'm starting to think that XCOM 2 dev team are watching Zemalf videos and considering how to make XCOM 3. Because despite all the odds, Zemalf manages to win. I don't know. But I think that's I've been especially after I played Chimera Squad, which is a different game. Chimera Squad is a different game from the XCOM 1 and XCOM 2. But I started thinking that XCOM, the new XCOMs, the XCOM Enemy Unknown and XCOM 2, they are almost more leaning towards a puzzle game in their tactics parts than like tactical combats with the default settings, because it's kind of you have your moves, and in order for a good result you want to destroy the enemy before they get any action, and that's the puzzle. So with all kinds of mods you actually get a little bit of tactics, because I think that when it comes to tactics, there has to be some moments when you actually have to rely on cover, and because of XCOM mechanics, you cannot be in fully cover. Like, and I don't necessarily want XCOM to be that game. But kind of a tactical shooter where you actually rely on covering fire, suppression, and then you go forward. You take cover, and when you are in cover, you are like almost
I need to find a place
so
to
that you can
rest.
actually be completely in cover. And then you can maybe look around the corner, and then you are not in cover. But those kind of things are completely missing in XCOM. So that's why I think that XCOM is more of a puzzle game than a tactics game. In the combat, it has very much tactical aspects in it and strategy. But maybe it is because I played Close Combat 2, Bridge Too Far lately, and that is an actual tactical combat.
Okay.
Dog food. Okay, I'm super tired right now. Did I have some water boiled in here? I didn't have any water boiled, but I did leave other supplies in. A lot of cattails, which is great as well. Now I have food outside. Also right now, because the weather was so great, I could explore a little bit more. So let's put these here for now, because I will craft some stuff here now. Still quite a lot of charcoal. It adds up quite quickly. Same thing with those stones, actually. Also, I'm pretty sure I will have to hunt down for some wolves, so I will keep the stones. Quite a lot of charcoal. Charcoal is anxious to hear how the spells are working, how the scrolls are working. Is it spells or scrolls? I think scrolls. Charcoal is quite anxious to learn how the scrolls are working. Charco comes to your room, sits in your chair, waits for you, because Charco is anxious to learn. Was a deer. There's a deer here somewhere. This Ash Canyon music is so good. So haunting. So good. Oh, there it is. Rabbits and a deer. The deer stop.
Alright, it's getting dark out here.
Right.
Look for shelter.
There you are. Not a headshot, but I take it. Just arrow. I will go and check. I don't think it is, but I will go and see if the fire is burning. I might also pick up some extra feathers around the wolves. I think the fire is out. Fire is out. Is the fire out? Fire is out. Fire is not out. Fire is out. Fire is definitely out. Yeah, well, as it should be. Was my timing correct? My timing was correct. Okay. That's not a big deal. I still I have this was probably the first day in Ash Canyon where I didn't take any damage from coldness. Alright, Derek, you go study. Wait, where did I kill the deer? Turn too quickly. Turn too quickly. Okay, I'm about to take. There's another deer. Okay, I will shoot this deer, and then I will. I will probably cook them on the next day. Boink! Boink! Oh, I thought that was fire. Okay. It's still quite warm. I think I am so tired that I will leave those to be harvested. Another day.
Damn, I'm freezing.
Humongous. But yeah, this was a good day in Ash Canyon. Probably my best day in Ash Canyon. The best weather. No blizzards. Very warm. Sunny throughout the day almost. Perfect. 2 wolves, 2 deers. I hear you, wolves. I shot your friends. I know. It's horrible. It's horrible, but I need to eat. Okay. Let's crawl to that bed. It should be... Workbench, there's the trunk, there's the bed. Hey, Yuk! Yeah, I think this is as good moment as any. Also, once I don't need to. Right now I don't need any condition back. So let's just leave for 2 hours. Just leave for 2 hours. Then we do a little bit of maintenance work here. And I'll see if it is still reasonably warm in the middle of the night. I'll actually go harvest those things in the middle of the night a bit. Because in the morning I can actually create my arrows. Oh, actually found the door. I was about to say the only problem is I don't want to use my lantern here. Okay. Minus 11 is not bad.
I'm gonna need to rest soon.
Because what can I do then is harvest other deer, at least the meats, and then go cook it elsewhere. So let's do this carefully, bit by bit. That is fine.
Think if
completely fine for us to take a little bit of damage here.
I can't feel my feet.
It's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up a bit.
So I'm using my health here a bit as a resource. Hey Leloop. A bit as a resource, which is perfect because I got I had such a good day, so now I was able to burn a little bit of my health and get some firewood, get the meat harvested already. So then I am ready to go on the next day. And I even have some water, that is great. There's the bed, so now we can sleep for maximum. Maximum of 10 hours.
I don't even know what to say.
Hey, Kimiota! Welcome Kimiota, welcome Kimiota's viewers. The Rock. Anyone on my stream, if you don't know Kimiota, you should follow Kimiota if you like the Long Dark. Hey, Kimiota, how's the challenge going? I was lurking there today. I saw you were, well, not getting to the end, but getting closer to the end. Hey there, Maria. Hey there, Brad. Thanks for the follow. So welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Shifty. Welcome, everyone else. Welcome, Kimiota. My name is Zemalf. I'm a variety streamer. I play the Long Dark every Tuesday. So around this time, I play the Long Dark every week. And I play other games on Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. And I'm currently on my Interloper run, trying to get to day 500. And we are almost halfway there. Going well, good progress, nice, good to hear, man. Just on the previous day here in Ash Canyon, I had probably my best day in Ash Canyon ever. It was sunny throughout the day, almost no wind. Felt like -7 or -8 at best. All right, so we have the deers. We have the deers, but it's not. I think I will craft the arrows and then go see if I can cook some more. Hey there, Cable. Thanks for the follow. Game trade. Good to have you here, man. Hey, Summer Chimney. All right, let's make those arrows. Arrow. At least I have. No, I don't have the supplies are here. So let's make the 2 arrows now. I could actually start my backup bow as well. Yeah, let's make two arrows. 2 arrows and probably get started with bow. Hey Cindy! Day is going great. Day is going great. The whole, well, it's only Tuesday, but the whole week has been great. Okay, let's start making that one.
Yes!
2 hours on it. Hey Cindy, thank you so much for the cheer. Thank you so much for the 100. Cheers for that. So nice of you. Okay, so it leaves... Right. I'll actually drop it. Drop it there and then drop that one. I'm carrying a lot of stuff. Just as I started, I suddenly noticed I was carrying 60 charcoal, which weighed 6 kilos. So this seeing this getting the backpack in Ash Canyon kind of made the usual weight management a little bit unnecessary. So then I think last time I was carrying some 120 sticks before I noticed I had quite many. Hey Dust Monkey, good to have you here, man. Cheers guys. Cheers to everyone. Yeah, actually for all of you who just came from Kimiota's stream, if you don't know Dust Monkey, go click that link, give him a follow, and go watch some of his streams. Absolutely fantastic bloke. Good voice imitations, among other things. Okay, but let's see what the weather is like, then get I have no water. What is this? This has never happened. I meant to make this angler's den, this cabin, in my base, but I kind of abandoned it immediately because it was so surrounded by wolves. But I just realized I have almost no water, so I think it's time to use a match. Hey Alex. Dust Monkey is a chat, so follow him and you will be a chat. If you want to be a chat, you are not necessarily turning into a chat immediately. Eat snow, but not the yellow snow. Yellow snow. That is good advice. Okay. I wonder if one of the wolves has respawned immediately or something. That would be a surprise. Because I have no... Because I have no water, we will use a little bit of Fire Striker. Unbelievable. I'm actually warm this far. This far from the fight. Also, Viterik, you were supposed to go study. So, go study now. There you go, Viterik. Yeah, good to have you here, Gable. Good to have you here, others. Let's cook some deer meat.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Ooh. Pixel perfect to the cedar there to actually get it while still in the warm. Okay, but this these two deer help me a lot here in Ash Canyon, because I've for about a week in game I was almost struggling with food, because sadly the bear here in Ash Canyon up there somewhere glitched into the mountain when I killed it, so I couldn't get its meat. Ash Canyon is really tough region. It's really tough. I think there's a couple of things. Well, it got a whole lot easier when they actually made the caves warm. To me, at least. But I think one of the things is that the weather is very bad. It's not quite as bad as Pleasant Valley, at Pleasant Valley's worst. But it is the wind blows here very much compared to other regions. Almost always, if you are not in a shelter, you almost have like -20 wind chill. But the caves were a big thing early on, and also it is very tough map to traverse. I think I have mapped half. I didn't map, for example, the mine part because I didn't have any food, so I basically just ran there and got the stuff. But yeah, it's also, I think this is my
The sun is setting.
This is my first time in Ash Canyon, like for reals. I did a like 4-hour exploration on Voyager when the region came out, and that's it. I think this region gets easier and easier, just like all the other regions when you know the region. But it is unique region because of the it feels like more than any other region. Maybe because of the gold mine and how to get there and stuff, how to get to all the platforms. It feels like a map that you go through once and then get out, or something like that. But oh, hey there, bunny. while it's not my favorite map to live in, it is actually, or has been, one of my favorite maps to explore. Such a cool things in here. With so many height differences, and this was probably the first map ever where I felt that I had to map. I had to use the map feature. In all the other regions I have kind of got an understanding in my head how the place works, but in this one it helped a lot when I started actually doing mapping. In no other region I have felt the need that now I need to map. So and it's also all in all kind of great addition to the long dark regions. Be nice. I like ravine a lot. For some reason I hate the ravine bridge. I think actually Ash Canyon with the rope bridges, I think I have a little bit of fear of heights, at least in games, because the rope bridges and the ravine bridge gives me anxiety. But that aside, I really like the ravine as well, because there's no wolves, and that's actually one part about Ash Canyon which is also great. All the wolves are on the lowest level, so when you are actually exploring the shelves, there's only that one pair near the Miner's Folly, and that's it. Like when you're up there, you can carry meat around, you can carry guts around. It's awesome. There was Road 7. The run is going great. This, for those of you who haven't been here in any of the previous streams, this run started kind of by accident. I ate a pizza at about 5 or 6 p.m. and I fell asleep. Basically like carb coma. I had a carb coma and I woke up at like midnight, and then I was, oh crap, it was Saturday. And then I was, oh crap, I can't now I can't sleep. So then, well, I might as well start a stream. I never stream at that hour. So I started my Interloper run. And then I started in Hush River Valley, and when I got out from there, I got attacked by a bear in the mountain zone, and I got down to 2% health, and I was like almost gave up, but then just kind of out of habit, I bandaged my wounds, put out a fire, and actually I was in almost complete open spots, and the fire actually lasted throughout the night. There was no wind. I ended up being like 10% health after the night. Then I just slowly recovered from that, and here we are, 233 days later. And not only that, just before the bear attacked, I made a fire outside a car and went to sleep in a car, and while I was entering the car, I said that, ooh, I better be careful and not step into this fire when I exit the car. So then I exited the car into the fire. And because I stepped into the fire, I got some wounds from that. So because of that, I made myself some bandages to get fire burn healed. And because I stepped into the fire only a couple of minutes later, I actually had a bandage that saved my life from the bear attack. That's how you start the Interloper run. That was funny. And yeah, I was actually almost like I think I even let go of the keyboard, like that's it, that's the bear got me, game over. But then when I actually got through it, it was very, very cool to actually have that as a kind of a starting point and a starting story for the run. And yes, I had well fed through that recovery. I got well fed on day 3, and it's been on. So that's been since a little bit of a goal for this run. Absolutely, almost to no matter what it takes to keep the well fed going. Kind of a mini goal. And also, I don't have any feats on this run because this is I actually unlocked the cold fusion during this run. And that actually reminds me, what's my progress on Blizzard? 59, nice. I think I started at about like 10% or something. Fire 63, that's a long way to go. Okay, this was a good day as well. Blizzard Walker does take time because you actually have to be outside. So, for example, the inner part of the cave doesn't count, as far as I know. So I think I've gotten almost all my percentages, apart from you like get 1% here, 1% there. I think I have got most of my Blizzard Walker from fishing during the blizzards. Right, I could take the guts from this one. No, I have the guts from this one, I don't have the guts from the other one. Okay. This is good. This is good. That is true as well. There is a little bit of meat on the other one.
Kind of heavy.
Or did I take them all? I'll check. It's on the way. Thanks for reminding Belladores if there was indeed a little bit of meat on that. I think there's at least guts in there.
With this much gear.
I did leave a little bit of meat there. Just make quick fire here. Not so much to warm, but to keep the
Come on, little fire.
keep the fire going without me keeping this
Perfect.
torch. I have not gotten revenge on that bear. That's I might go there before, but I did get the idea like a couple of streams ago that if nothing else, and I survive that long, I will go kill that bear on day 500. I also started toying with the idea of going to kill that bear on day 499, but I am not sure if I'm that brave. But I started toying on the idea of actually going there on day 499, but since I've never had a 500-day run, I don't think I have the guts to actually do that. So I will probably wait to get the achievement and then go get the bear. What are the guts for? You basically use the guts for anything that you use a thread or rope on. So or thread. You can use it. You cure it and you use it as a thread to sew your clothes, repair them, or use as a fishing line. Hey there, Tiny. But yeah, this is my, I believe. Well, I had a couple of test runs on Interloper where I just started Interloper a couple of times to kind of understand how the beginning of the Interloper works. That you have what you have to do. But this is my third Interloper run. I had a 23 day run, then 2-day run, and then this one. And it was long due to have a meat carpet here in Ash Canyon. It feels good. Now it feels good. Because without a meat carpet, it just doesn't feel like home.
Did I say I hate being cold? Because I really do.
Okay, Astrid, the door is right there, so you don't have to worry about it exactly on this moment. Okay, and we managed to carry the fire that I actually used the fire striker on, so I didn't waste too much resources on this day. Safety first, let's put the torch there. Just kidding. I don't know, in this game I think it's just hilarious to throw the torch wherever. Luckily it doesn't burn the place. And I didn't even forget my pot, which is unusual. I think all in all the sound design including picking up stick sound and the weather sounds and everything is fantastic in this game. Hush River Valley is it's a brutal zone when you don't know it. I think almost more brutal than Ash Canyon actually, when you don't know it, because I think Hush River Valley will be quite a lot easier now when the crampons are around. If you get the crampons and go to Hush River Valley after that. I don't know that map very well either. I know how to get away from there when I start there on Interloper. That's about as far as my Interloper Hush River Valley experience goes. Why can't I? Because I went under 2 hours, I can't select to craft smaller portion anymore. It's interesting.
Can you eat trees? Because I'm gonna eat a tree.
You don't. That's actually quite a rare line. I was almost taken by surprise by the eating trees line. Sure, if it's been a long time since I heard that. That did go over. That should be just enough now. Now I have a backup bow. Great. The sun is up. Sun is up, but I'm in kind of a good shape here. Let's put these here. Kind of in a good shape. I don't need to rest for condition. Hey, Jeep. Thanks for the follow. Cable surf. You can find maps online, but I highly recommend you resist the urge of getting a map, looking up a map, because the long dark is so much more fun if you learn the maps yourself. And yeah, well, learn the maps by yourself. Enjoy the exploration, because you will regret it later. Because you can only go to those regions once for the first time, and then later on you will start missing that exploring aspect. So enjoy it while you still have it. Because if you mess up, if you die, then just start again. But as far as I know, the best maps, there are also spoiler-free maps on Steam guides. So if you look for Steam guides and the long dark maps, you will find the best ones. But as I said, I think you will like the game more, you will like the region more, you will like the experience more if you resist the urge and don't. Okay, this looks like the Ash Canyon I know. This is more like it. I don't know what these sunny feels like -4 days were, but this is the Ash Canyon I know. This is where you can stay out 2 minutes. 2 minutes and you're already freezing. Yeah, this is about the weather where I consider wearing a long sleeve shirt in real life. How I have not picked up these yet, I have no idea. I have some more there. I guess I didn't pick up the cattails in this area. I think last time the weather was so bad that I just couldn't... And I was short on food. So I just went up to the mine.
Jeez, this is cold.
Is there an all cattails achievement? No. No. I think especially now with Ash Canyon added, I think there's like 1200 or 1300 or 1400 cattails in the game.
Oh, so cold.
But Ash Canyon added a lot of cattails. A lot of cattails this region. Only no achievement for all cattails, only all dogtails. Since the wolves respawn, getting all the dogtails is a little real tough as well. No, damn it! I wonder how many times I have done that. Actually, not picked up the cattail stalk either. So I'm dropping the heads because I don't need the tinder. But sometimes I do this, especially in new regions. I take the cattails and in the middle of the ice or somewhere I start placing them down, and I align them in towards shelter. I think from this distance you couldn't yet see it.
The guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right
In a
now.
blizzard you couldn't yet see it. See the cabin. And if you add a torch to that line, you will always find home. Yeah, sorry, Advanced ST. I have the link block for the occasional link spammers. Bots, I mean. Okay, but let's craft more arrows. So I can do all 7. I can do all 7. Start with the shafts. Yeah, it's alright. I always give the permission if someone asks to post a link. At least it sounds like the wind died down a bit, so let me... Maybe it didn't, I don't know. Let's see if it is warm. Let's go get some firewood if it did. I will leave that there forever if I don't pick it up now. Where I'll head from Ash Canyon. Bleak Inlet is the only map I have not been on. It's almost a Macklin's Day. I don't know why it is, it's still a little bit focused. So Bleak Inlet is my next bigger goal. But I think I'll just go slowly through the regions, spend a little time in Zemalf, then spend a little time in Pleasant Valley, mapping the areas. So I'll slowly get to the fateful cartographer sooner or later. I think I could actually get this one with hacksaw. It's so warm. No wind chill, but that's fine. Yeah. That is acceptable. Acceptable loss.
Too cold.
Yes.
8 months and seems like yesterday.
Hey, Mr. Glizar, thank you so much for the 8-month resub. Yes, man. It does feel like yesterday. 10 months back from here feels like yesterday. Okay. Let's craft arrows. As long as I have daylights. It all started with Battlelord. We are playing Bannerlord on last day of March last year when I came back to streaming. This run is at 250 days, but when did you start in real life? I started after Winter's Embrace. Winter's Embrace was in July 2020. I'm quite sure I started this run in August. I only play this once a week. I'm pretty sure it was in August. Maybe one more arrow? Probably not. Ah, bummer. Yeah, August or September. Okay, let's stop to think what I want to do here. Let's just sleep the maximum and continue crafting for the morning. So 10 hours was probably a little bit. No, it was just perfect. So I didn't have full energy. So in the top right you have the sun coming up. As far as if you don't have artificial light or artificial light. Okay, where the hell is the workbench? If you don't have artificial light or aurora, when the sun's like horizontal spikes come over the horizon, that's when you have enough light for crafting. So it's about there. That should be enough. Okay, not quite. It actually has to be over. So you have to see a little bit of the triangle, and then the daylight is enough. Okay, that might be it. Nope. I play at Stalker, never went to Forge for arrowheads. I don't know those regions at all. Which one is easier or safer to go for a Forge? I personally prefer Forlorn Muskeg, but I don't think that's an easy region to go and Forge. So I think the Desolation Point is probably the easiest to forge. First of all, because the forge is on that ship, you can get to the ship easily because it's on ice. You can see that there are no wolves right next to the forge. There is a bear around, but there's also deers around. There's rabbits around, so there's quite a lot of huntable food. And there's good loot in Hibernia, well, depending on what difficulty you play on, but I would say Desolation Point is the easiest. Broken Railroad, that's probably if you are already there, you might as well forge, but I wouldn't, because you go through Forlorn Muskeg anyway. So might as well forge at Forlorn Muskeg. But Forlorn Muskeg is outside, so you have to have enough coal and stuff to, well, you have to have a coal to craft to begin with, but to keep yourself warm, and you have to manage the thin ice and stuff like that. So, but yeah, Forlorn if you feel like it, and for the easiest Desolation Points. Desolation Point has the benefit that it's actually next to, or on the way there. You will go to Coastal Highway, which is probably the easiest region to live in. Okay, let's make more arrows. Let's wait for the day to warm up. Hey, Flopsy Doodle. Zemalf and Zemalfets. I don't think it, at least not too many times. Zemalfets has not come up. Thanks for that follow as well. Thank you so much. So yeah, if you, as said there before, if you like this game, I play this game on Tuesdays, the same time every time. And you're gonna find the schedule, of course, there, and schedule there on the Twitch page as well. And then I play like turn-based tactics games usually on Thursdays and Fridays. And at the moment, I'm playing turn-based tactics on Saturday as well, as I'm going through the Checked Alliance series. And this week I will actually start playing BattleTech on Thursday and Friday. Okay, we got a whole lot of arrows crafted. That puts me at 16 arrows. That's a lot of arrows. That's a lot of arrows. Okay, what I don't actually know is that do arrows deteriorate when they are left in a container. Will there be more Battle Brothers? Possibly. Like more leaning on the yes side than no side with Battle Brothers, but we have played that now for 3 months, so need to change the game now. I considered very heavily that if I would do a Darkest Dungeon run, but then decided that it's time to play a new game. I started in July. Last it must have been then last. I tweeted about the start and 2% bear on August 1. Okay, that's, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. So I had probably just done the Winter's Embrace 50 days, and then we started this. But yeah, there's always up-to-date schedule, although I didn't update the games yet to the Twitch schedule tab. But I usually post the weekly schedule on Twitter and Discord as well, and the streaming times I keep regular. So Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 PM UTC or GMT, and early stream on Saturday. Okay, how is this day? This day seems pretty good. I would like to get a Macklin's day to deal with the wolves. I could have 3 torches. So what do we do now? I hear you, wolves. I already got your brothers, so I will get you as well. Time is so weird during this human malware situation. It's like, at least for me, because you don't see your friends that often. I'm working remotely, so like most weeks are exactly the same like the previous week in a way. But nothing. I don't go to any trips on the weekends. It's just the same. So it does feel like really strange. Like last 10 months of this. But the good thing is I have time to stream. Although I will probably continue streaming almost as much, even after the situation goes a little bit towards where it was. Although I think the world has changed quite a bit. Even when I still think like a year in the future at least, when all the restrictions and travel restrictions are lifted, I think there are people who will want to travel like right away. They want to go to, maybe their travel plans were cancelled because of all the travel restrictions, but so they will immediately want to travel somewhere. But I think there will be people, which I think I am one of, that I will travel quite a bit less. Not sure though, but right now I feel like it. So I used to travel abroad quite a bit, but I don't think I want it that much anymore. But yeah, basically I'm not planning any travels, like any apart from in Finland. I'm not planning any travels until like you can freely travel to all the countries again. Because I would hate to plan for a trip and then have it cancelled. Because I don't need to go anywhere. Okay, I am carrying first of all a ton of stones. That's a lot of cattails as well. Also, I will love to have those cattails a little bit, but not that many. We'll come back for here, so we will take that. Sticks. Okay, weather. What's the weather like? Weather is decent. No Macklens at least now. No, but I will get some. I will get some firewood. Hey, Numpty! Thank you so much for the 3-month resub Prime. Thank you so much. Cheers, Numpty. Good to have you, man. Did you Numpty watch the end of the Battle Brothers, the Sun Bros run last week? You were actually one of the few that survived before we called it quits. Almost the whole company was wiped, but you survived. Haven't been able to catch streams in a while. Aw. Well, that's alright. But yeah, you were one of the few battle brothers who survived. I think in the end, while it was sad, because that whole thing made me play Return of the Obra Dinn last week. I think in the end it turned out great. Yeah, we're not getting Mac lensed on this day. Basically, yeah, Frog. Basically, yeah. It was not complete wipe because we had couple of reserves who were not in the fight, and then I escaped with 2 guys. And when I was escaping with 2 guys, I actually thought that more would survive because I had a surgeon, but surgeon didn't work when you don't win the fight. But yeah, I had already decided that last week was the last week for Battle Brothers in a while. But then it ended into the first fight of the stream last Thursday. I think if I hadn't decided that it's going to be the last week, I would have reloaded that Ifrit fight. Those wolves are a little annoying, but you can get past them. But now the question is, do I want to get past them now? Will I go on the next day? It's like, is there absolutely nothing on this in here? Not even sticks, but at least some sticks now. Okay, the wolves are like in that corner there. So they are like... Okay, there's actually one wolf right there. Just went behind a tree. So we can actually go through this...
Sure getting cold.
This canyon here. Without having to worry about wolves. But that's good to know. I see where you are now.
It's so cold. I just want to lay down for a bit.
think I would find this cabin in a blizzard already. So I've been in this map enough, but still like to do that, leaving a torch marker and then using cattail heads to mark a path. Yes. Hey, Noobish. Thank you so much for the 10 months. The hut is definitely bigger on the inside. Probably so. Quickly check if we would get lucky end of the day sunshine, but that's not happening. That is not happening. Do you think anything special for 1 year restreaming anniversary, Zemalf? Yes. Although I wasn't really thinking about 1 year anniversary streaming, because the timing is about the same that it will be 10-year anniversary of Let's Playing on YouTube. That I will celebrate and we'll have specials. It is like in somewhere in early April, depending a bit on the day. It might be actually be Easter, because that would be like a really convenient. I think that's on maybe mid-April. I probably won't do like not necessarily even a 24-hour stream, but I might do 4 times 12 or something like that. And one of those will be the main party, where I will go through the whole history of the YouTube channel. The one strong with nostalgia. But yeah, I'll probably start checking the day soon-ish, because I want to see a proper weekend. So that will kind of go along with 1 year of streaming again, and 10-year anniversary in content creation in total. I have plenty of special clips in the best of videos already, and I have some plans. Rose hips. It's interesting. Actually, I was about to sleep, but then I started thinking that if I just sleep, because now it might actually be relatively warm compared to the early morning after the sleep. So while the darkness will do things, in general it is good to do stuff in the long dark until almost half the nights, and then sleep, because the mornings are the coldest, so you usually don't get anything done anyway on Interloper.
Feels like night is coming.
Oh, the hatchet. Hatchet needs. I need to use my last whetstone on the axe bow.
It's a goddamn freezing.
Meat carpet is getting smaller. Oh no. It's still quite welcoming, but it's getting smaller. Yeah, exactly. You will, if you do something late in the evening, late at night, you still regain the health back from that before you do anything else. But if you do stuff in the morning, then you either take that health penalty throughout the whole day, or heal it by sleeping during the day, which is usually not what you want. We must have Aurora.
Man, I could use.
Yeah, we must have Aurora here. Because it is the middle of the night, and so let's go see. Let's go see what it looks like. When you are... Man, the sounds in this game are fantastic. This is not the best region as far as... Well, actually, it is actually kind of... It's not the best region, but it is actually kind of nice looking Aurora region, thanks to the cliffs. No, the Aurora sounds itself, they are same everywhere. So that's the Aurora sound. That kind of sounds.
Gotta warm up somehow.
So now we have to keep ourselves somehow busy. Somehow busy until the sun comes up. And actually I think I will also take a little break here before. Really hoping we will get a sunny day. If we don't, I might actually use or at least let's say windless day. Windless day, so we can get the torch going. We'll actually use my whetstone and the knife instead of the axe, so we can get a torch for the exploration. You could get cabin fever here even if Astrid doesn't. I don't know, I kinda like it. I think that's the whetstone. So we are at 75%. Goodbye, whetstone. Holy crap, my cooking pot is in bad condition. Can you repair cooking pots? Oh, you can. That's cool. Well, whetstones don't respawn. Well, apart from that beachcombing mechanic that anything can wash on the shore regions. But once you have found all the whetstones in the world, that's it. But scrap metal, while it is finite, there is so much of it. So much of it, for example, in the Carter Dam, that you can repair your hacksaw forever. It requires tools, and then kind of as long as you can find more clothes, you can always create more knives. I will have to keep an eye on that 11%. If it keeps going down, I think I will have to repair that bot. Although there are other bots in the other regions. But, okay, now the question is, will I... There's the boat there that I will probably... Okay, I will probably come back here. Yeah, I will come back here. Where the hell did the scrap metal go? Did I drop it? Actually land somewhere in there. Okay, that was the weirdest drop I have seen in a while.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Did I put it here? I did press drop, right? Am I just completely blind now? Oh, it's there. Oh, that's... Yep, can't see it. It's completely in the shadow. Oh, there's reclaimed wood there as well. Okay, that was a good drop. What else do I have there? let me see. What else I have under the table? Okay, that was it. that was a good hiding spot. Martian stealth metal. I'm telling you, Batman uses that metal. Interesting. Morning aurora. Sun is up, but the aurora as well. And holy crap! It's wait a minute. This is in theory, not just in theory. This actually has to be. This actually has to be Macklin's now. It has to be Macklin's weather. Because here we are in the morning. Yeah, in the morning side of things, so. It is so insanely cold. Let's see if that changes much when I get full. Is it my only water? Oh, I'll make more. I think the aurora kind of it's because the sun, while it is already it is getting brighter, it is still considered night because the sun is not like up. Oh, that was close. Close of actually getting burned. So when you drink something hot, you will immediately gain almost half of your warmth meter, and you get the warming up benefits, which is like +2 warmth bonus. Okay, but actually, I got a little excited about the sunny weather, but I was planning to take that break, so let's do it. Let's do it right here. So I will take a break, about 5 minutes, and in the meanwhile you can enjoy some random clips from the past year. No, now I know what I missed. I know what I missed. Pharaoh. Okay, let's, yeah, now I know. I am the lure, Judge Dredd on a fishing trip. That was so good! Now keep walking, stupid! I am the lure. Did we actually get a finale? Nice! How much is it? 210. Come on, 80% crits. Come on, Master Rats. 97, boys! Do we actually get out of this with 1 death? Nice! Sweet, sweet, sweet finale. My very first blood moon right away. Why is it okay for doctors to keep you waiting even through you have an appointment? Because you are patient anyway.
Right. I can.
Right.
A crow.
Right.
Hello, Kramer. I hope you are having a wonderful Sunday. Oh, here we go. Girl! And a frog. Oh, Bunny? Bunny rabbits? Bunny rabbits friend? Hello? Hello, bunny rabbit friend. Scared me a little bit, given that you were small. Jep. Niin, katsotaas jos tänne sais tänne. Jollain tavalla suoraksi tää vois vielä toimia. Että jatketaan tota linjaa, niin silloin ois hyvä vai mitä mietitte? I have not decided how long I will keep those with the redeem, but I don't know, what do you guys think? Yes! 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 What? What? Ask for it and you shall receive. Bad. Ha. Ha ha. Yes! 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 One last time. Let's go, boys. I will net a swap melody here as well. This is a role-playing game, so let's analyze this. Greymalk is not allowed to visit the brothel for reasons best left to discretion, you know? Greymalk is probably quite sad about that. He would really like to go to the brothel, but they don't let him. He has intense craving for alcohol, so can't get laid, I will drink. He doesn't want to go to the bar, into the tavern, because the brothel is right next to the bar. That would just annoy that, okay, I can't go there. I want to go there, but I can't go there. So what does he do? He goes to the abbey, he finds the wine storage, stays there for the third week in a row. Yeah. Good catch, Elders. Oh, look at the profits. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. Alright. Let's get back. Let's get back to the long dark, and again, big thank you to all of those who have been taking the clips. I haven't taken the statistics, but I think Munakas and Viterik lead the clip taking list for sure. At least for the ones that have, and Greymalk as well, that have made it to those 200 plus clips we have there. But let's return and continue into long dark. So we are still in Ash Canyon, of course, and I'm now heading to the wolf infested areas. Hopefully my torch will keep me safe. I know there are wolves just around, just on the other side of this little hill. And I think there's a wolf here, or there can be a wolf here, that is. Did you guys hear? I already also posted it on Discord that YouTube is getting clip functionality. You can clip live streams, you can clip normal videos, and it is currently in beta. So basically, big channels have it, but it will come for everyone. And the thing about that is, it is huge. It is huge for YouTube because, for example, if I want to post a clip to Twitter, right now I would have to make that clip manually. But instead of that, I can link to a clip, which is basically a highlight of that video. And when you click the YouTube clip, there's a button there, very big, that says "Continue watching the whole video," or watch the video from the beginning. So it is amazing way, first of all, to collect highlights of your YouTube videos, because it is pain in the ass to get with the timestamps. I have done that many times with the best of videos. But also, it is incredibly good way to promote YouTube videos elsewhere. So I think, well, it not only makes YouTube even better as a streaming platform, but when YouTube has,
I can't feel my
what
hands.
is that backpack doing on the? Huh? That is cool. I have not seen that before. It is actually hanging from there. So after YouTube has clips, what does Twitch have that YouTube doesn't? I think the only thing is the streaming community. That this is the biggest platform. I think that's the only thing that is going for Twitch after the clips. So Twitch has to step up their game. They like really need to step up their game. Because it will not last.
I'm freezing.
It will not last that they are the biggest. Forever, that is. I wonder if someone has fallen from there, like where's the owner of the backpack? I think the Twitch clips work as just fine with the 60 seconds, because a streamer can turn the highlight into the clip into a highlight, which can be any length. I think it works fine. I don't like this terrain. This terrain is a little annoying. Didn't die to the ass shot. Stupid wolf stole my arrow. Oh, there's a cave here. That's one tough-ass wolf. It was indeed. Hey, yay, cave. Hey and yay, a cave. Those almost all rhyme.
on, little fire. I've never felt so cold in my life.
Hit the fire a little bit too far. It was a waste of a seed art there, a little bit. No, but it will take a long
Come on,
time,
little fire.
and I think Twitch as a streaming platform is big enough to survive, like alongside the other platforms. But the interesting thing is, like, in the grand scheme of things, streaming is like it's like pennies. What's the actual saying? Like, there's I believe like 5 million users at most active at once on Twitch, which is nothing. YouTube has like 200 billion at the same time. So streaming is very, very niche compared to the popularity of gaming videos on YouTube, because gaming is one of the big categories on YouTube, plus everything else that's on YouTube. Because not even all gamers watch Twitch. Even it's that, well, it's more and more, like, even some are being converted. They are coming to Twitch as well. But like, YouTube is so big that it's, if they decide, if they just make things happen, Twitch will just wither away. But Twitch is owned by Amazon. There is money there, so if there's will, there is a way. Which could do a lot of things. Don't get me wrong, I like Twitch. I like Twitch a lot. But more or less 90% of that I like Twitch comes from the people in here. Like, Twitch has done some good job with the bits, like the little things that you can support the streamers with, bits, subs. Twitch has done those really well. Emotes is a big thing in Twitch. Yeah, but that's about it. But anyway, that conversation started. What the hell? Where did I leave my petrol, guys? Where did I leave my petrol? It can't be like very far, but I picked it up from the fishing hut, I think. Nah, there's no worries. I'm so close to everything. It would have made things more convenient. Did I put it back down in the fishing hut? I think that's the logical place that I picked it up, but then I put it down to pass time. Well, that does kinda suck. That does kinda suck a bit. Yeah, it was one of the places where I warmed up, but I think did I visit a cave? No, there wasn't even a cave I visited. Must be the fishing hut. It's a little bit of a bummer.
I can't feel my feet.
Fuck.
Did I say I hate being cold? Because it really
I didn't hit it with the first, but now there's two wolves running with my arrows. Damn it. Okay, I don't think the wolves... The wolves don't
I
follow...
would drink almost anything about now.
Wolves don't follow the rocks into a cavern, I think. But they can attack you inside a cave. Hey, Marcus Darius, thank you so much for the follow. Big welcome. I have a lot of arrows to go through. Wait a minute. Wolves dead, wolves dead. 74. I have no idea what that number was when I began. I can already hear crows, so one of them died. Nope, that's not the wolves. Question is, did they run at all this way, or did they just go all this way? I think there were 3 wolves in the beginning. Okay, there's 1 wolf dead there. Okay. 1 wolf was dead already. If this one is not one of the ones I shot already, it should follow me all the way to the cave. Yeah, that thing almost died. Fuck. My wolf killing percentage has not been great now. 3 wolves, 3 arrows. Kidding me. That thing almost died because it went into the super slow-mo. So it almost died to the first arrow, but not quite, and then I couldn't finish it off. So 3 arrows gone. But all wolves are... Okay, look at that, it's lumbering so slowly. That's a dying wolf. You can even see the arrow in its leg. It's about to die. And now it dies. Come on. Drop dead. Good thing is that it's walking like that, so it's not running all over the hills.
The cold is making my head feel sick.
Still 74. That's 1 dead wolf. I think this wolf is dying as well. So they are all dead right about there. One arrow. I'm not sure if I had shot that one before. One arrow. One arrow. I think 1 arrow is missing somewhere. In post-apocalypse Canada, you and wolves take polite turns hunting one another. Yes, indeed. Good to have you here, Funky Pink Daisy. Now what's we are burning. Oh, burning a coal for this. I turn up to see the great wolf morgue. Yes, it's payback time. Payback time with the Ash Canyon wolves. There is a wolf somewhere. Great wolf morgue and great feather factory.
Starting to feel numb.
All those actually drop dance. Let's harvest the sticks. He's so tough, he hunts wolves for their feathers. The legendary pigeon wolves of Ash Canyon. Coco! Yeah, the XCOM mission I posted today. That was was quite something. And like I don't even know like why do I go for the protect the device missions? Because they are just the worst. Like any other mission with like 7-turn timer, no problem, but the freaking protect the device missions, they are special. That's where I want to go, but not now. Oh right, there's the rope is here. Okay, let's wait for this. Then put the next batch in. Get the meat from that wolf. Go and try to find the. Oh, I'll do this because it warms me up a bit. Okay, Mr. Third Wolf. Was it actually just these ones, and I shot one of these wolves twice? What's my arrow count? My arrow count 6. 9. I am missing one arrow. I left with 10. I don't have arrowheads, do I? So I didn't harvest one yet. Yeah, I'm missing one arrow still. So there was a wolf that went somewhere. Has it actually died since? 76. I think the one wolf died before I got the other 3. So that means there were 4 wolves at the beginning. The wolves howling, they are on the other side. I wonder if they would pick up my scent or not. Interesting.
I need a horse.
Okay, so one missing wolf. Dead somewhere. Hopefully it didn't glitch into any. Oh, it's that. Huh. Why I didn't see this one before? Even the arrow is floating up there. Thanks. Yeah, that's the one. How I didn't see that before? Okay. All wolves counted for. Beautiful. Beautiful wolf slaughtering has taken place. Arrow from the Guardians of Galaxy. That's one. This wolf certainly knew how to hide into. Oh, that's almost well-fed gone. That's almost well-fed gone. I almost messed up. I forgot that I should have eaten one of these. Nah, only kidding. Totally planned.
Jeez, this is cold.
Still almost missed it because it was such a random feeling position. Yeah, let's think. I should have Should have still enough time to take these.
Oh, so cold.
After the mountain ate that bear, it's obviously decided to be kind with your arrow. Perhaps it wasn't hungry. Perhaps. Perhaps indeed. I wish I had my petrol, but I don't because I left it somewhere. Hopefully, it is in the fishing huts, but I can't be sure. Why are you dropping those first? That's odd. Addition. Usually cuts always drop first. Yeah, one of these is smaller.
Dusk, so I can't be far behind. Oh, rust suit, I'm gonna faint.
Okay. My plan was to actually clear these wolves from here, so that I can explore these spots a little bit better. So should be right about right. Might get burned, but it's fine. But not having the petrol was not part of the plan. Not carrying meat, not carrying guts. Wait a minute, there were 4. Right. I never took this one, but that's fine. So there were four wolves here. That's quite a den. And I got all my arrows back, so good job there. Wait, what? Did I just walk over this corpse without seeing it? This is the same way I took, right? It is. How the heck did I walk past that? Maybe it was their back indeed, but you can't miss that spot. But well, apart from like coming over, it's like if I don't look there, if I have my eyes in the horizon, I think I can miss it. But I was just surprised that I missed it. Also, all I needed to do was in the middle of sentence of saying something or thinking about something else. Yeah? That's it. Okay, there are so many wolves here, but I can get around them. Actually by climbing that rope. That's one thing. Or just going past them with torch. And if you come to this place here, the cabin is. You just don't see the cabin from this side. If you come on the right side of lake coming from there, if you go there, you can't see the cabin, and you might miss the whole cabin if you come from that direction. Luckily, I'm that familiar with the region that I remembered. Oh, I did take my pots. I just left some stuff cooking there. I did take those. That's great. That is great. And I think I even came back with more sticks than I left with. No. Right, and I don't have any water here. Almost no water. So let's utilize the fire. So I also kept the whole fire going from the morning. We woke up to the Aurora morning. And I kept the Macklin's fire going all day. Some kind of a walk back to the fishing hut to get my petrol before the wolves respawn on that side. You sleep in just 1 hour batches. You gain the energy back as well as a long sleep, but you get significant bonuses in health regeneration if you sleep for longer. So let's get a bit more water. And then sleep a long sleep. Right. Was good timing on the blizzard, at least it sounded like a blizzard. A lot of dodges to harvest. I don't really need to dodge them. Harvest them right now, those dodges. That's while I'm doing this. Take stones. That's heavy. That's let's see what the weather is like. The weather is right. It's not great, but it's not terribly cold. See if the wolves here respawned or not. Did I sleep? You know what? Did I sleep when I was cooking the deer? It's either... Petrol is either here or it is the fishing huts. No, I did not. That's annoying. It might be on the other fire, but I don't think it's there either. This is just super weird. Okay, let's take the right hand side just in case the wolves respawned. That is true. That is true. I would have seen it when I went for the tea. That is true. And there's the other fire. There I didn't sleep. I think it's in the fishing hut. I kinda went back to get it, but then I put it down for one more rest and left it again. There is the kind of greyish floor of the fishing hut. The petrol little bit blends into that. I didn't go there for a temporary sleep. No, I didn't. It's the old fire. No petrol here, of course. Yeah, I think it's in the fishing hut. I like the fishing hut for one reason: fishing. And it is close to the exit. But this is not the first time I have left petrols in the fishing hut. I was in Coastal Highway. I was going for a forge run. I went all the way to Desolation Point from Coastal Highway. There's a moose! There's a moose! Ash Canyon moose! Hell yeah! Let's hunt and get our ribs broken. Moose, 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 hunt is on. Moose, 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 hunt is on. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Yes, indeed. Maybe I left the petrol. Maybe I didn't. If I actually left it, maybe my subconscious mind knew that moose would spawn if I leave it. No, I'm only kidding. I didn't even know the moose spawned here. Okay, I will get my petrol first. Moose. Where was this moose when I was basically starving here in Ash Canyon? Well, I have kept my well fed all along, but where was this moose when I was struggling with my food? A moose bit your sister once? Oh wow. I was about, I would say I was 13 or 14, around that age, teenage, like a very early teenage. And we were fishing in the, not like the northern not like the northernmost Finland, but they're in the kind of northeast Finland.
So cold.
And
Wanna lay down for a bit.
yeah, there it is. Hello, Petrol. We had I have to warm up first, so I might as well make the fire here. We had rented the cabin, and we came back to the cabin, and our cabin was kind of in a little bit of like slope, but like kind of on top of slope, not on the slope, but on top of the slope.
One little fire.
We were walking up the slope from the. There was like a river and a lake that we were fishing at. And then we kind of we came around like the bend, and then we saw our cabin, and hey, there's our cabin. And then like everyone, I think there was we were with like a big family crew. I think there was like 6 of us there, and then everyone was like, "Is that a moose?" And there was actually moose on the cabin porch, just standing there. There was no food on the porch. There was nothing on the outside our cabin. It was just there on the porch, like, "Hi." And then when we came along, we just made a lot of noise, like, "Hey, woo, 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 go away!" And then it like just slowly slumbered away, like, "All right, I'll leave. It's your cabin. You were here first." But yeah, it was pretty funny. So I have, and for some reason we were, of course we were like we stayed really far away from it, and we kind of started going towards the main building in case it would actually go hostile, but it just didn't do anything. But I actually saw it from pretty close, like less than 50 meters at least. Okay. Moose before this turns into a blizzard. But I do need to. Okay, I need to put this down one more time. There we go. Then we. Okay, now we drop all these torches here. Then we. Some tea. Okay, how the heck do I hunt you? Is there like moose hunting tree that I could hide on? Or do I just go from a very long distance? Sereno. I can't easily get like up the mountain, but maybe I can find a spot where, because these big creatures scare me. And I almost always want to hunt them from a safe spots where they can't reach me. And one thing about moose is that you can't. So maybe I could try something like this. Maybe it can't attack me. I don't know. I'll probably end up with broken ribs here anyway. quite far from it, so... There is a cliff above it there. It is quite warm day. Amazing moose hunting weather. So that cliff on there might be my best bet. I'm not sure if moose is scared of fire. I don't think it is. Okay, this is amazing day. The warmest day I have seen in Ash Canyon. By a couple of degrees, but still. If I could climb that last drop there, that would be enough, but I don't think I can climb there. Moose. Is there a cave nearby? That's my next question. I'm not sure if I've had broken ribs. Did I have broken ribs on this run? No. I had broken ribs in my Escape the Darkwalker run. Yeah, there's really no... There's not the kind of hunting trees that I usually look for, that you can climb a little bit up, be completely safe. So there is no such spot, so I think we will take broken ribs to the face. Or hunting cars, indeed. Cars is great. I don't really want to use a flare to save myself if it rushes towards me. Although the weather did get a little bit worse, not much but little. Let's keep this fire going in case bad stuff happens. Don't blizzard me now, game. Don't fucking blizzard. It's going to blizzard. I should have shot it when I had a chance. Are you going to blizzard? I think you're going to blizzard. I haven't. Yeah, it's free. I had one at night time, I think, but 3.5 hours streaming today, and this would be the first.
I can't feel my hands.
If I could hit the moose from so far away that it doesn't see me, that would be the safest way. No, but this is because I'm now already. I walk all the way to the moose and I'm freezing, so I missed my chance looking for that hunting spot. Because now I should take a shot, and then after that I can take another one or not. Yeah. Even if it doesn't turn into a blizzard, it is much worse because the weather is so cold. Damn it! Climb inside the moose once it's dead. Well, that's the easy part. Like when moose is dead, everything after that is easy. It's up to the point when it's breaking, when it's stomping on you and breaking your ribs. That's the part I don't want. Well, damn it. Come on, Queen. Show me the cream, I saw the cream. One pixel where I can actually drop it because all these torches were here. Well, let's make it so that little snowstorm doesn't turn into a blizzard. Says he, when the winds pick up even more. But let's make it so that doesn't turn into a blizzard, and then we can hunt the moose.
Getting a bit thirsty.
The thing is, well, now I know that the moose is there, but the moose might respawn or will respawn if we get a blizzard, and then it might not respawn again. Well, it didn't turn into a blizzard yet, but I'm pretty sure it will. I could go throw rocks at it, and then if I'm extremely lucky, it would actually run here. But that's probably not going to happen. Yeah, and I have a good food supply here, but what bothers me is that the moose might go away if we get a blizzard, and then I might not get a spawn again. Do we have a good supply of food here. Yeah, we went from feels like 4 or 5 into feels like -18. So this is one of the things about Ash Canyon that makes it hard. Because I find it very windy place if you are not into narrow canyons. Let's see if the weather changes. Did. Did change. No, it didn't. The wind just turned. Wind just turned. Put a moose. Moose doesn't follow a scent, right?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Does moose carriers follow a scent? I don't think it follows scent. It can detect you, but it doesn't come to you.
I am not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Bears and wolves, not mooses. That is true. I could climb up, so I didn't have to burn this the whole day because I do have the energy. That is true. And just hope that it's there on the following day. Yeah. Let's do that. Hey, Vibrexy. How you doing? We were kinda hunting moose. Then we had to cancel our plans because of the wind chill. Oh, the fishing hut looks pretty cool because I threw the torches there, so they create that kind of a lighting effect around it. It's pretty nice. Bunnies are doing okay. All good with the bunnies. I hope. Okay. Still had some food here, that's good.
Man, this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Need to turn this into a proper meat carpet, so we feel welcome when we come here. Game decided to put the perfect meat carpet creating feels music. Right, I meant to leave this down there, but I forgot. What? How did I... What is the bed? I was like, how did I manage to turn around to get the leave cabin without finding the bed first? Very late nights. Is the weather like? This is the coldest part of the day. And it is coldest. Is there anything here? Yeah, there are planks. Oh, planks, but there's no... I think there was firewood on this. Level. Oh, I think there's not. Apart from the reclaimed things, that's reclaimed things I have. Oh, been carrying that one Mabel with me for ages. Hey, Samsonzi, good to have you here, man. With me for ages. I think I used all the... No, I left the extra arrows there. I used all the birch, I created all the... So there's no arrowheads there anymore, but there is 6 arrows there. Maybe 4, maybe 6. that I can repair right now. Soon-ish. Those are all in pretty good shape. Sun is about to come up. Will probably not have as good of a weather on this day. Very unlikely. Man, it is so hard at times in this game. When you lose your direction with the mouse, kind of trying to find out, find your way out, unless you turn the brightness up there. So I don't really want to do that. Okay. It is extremely cold day. It is not particularly bright. So there's some planks here, and take out the fences. Barely see anything on this one. Probably even less so on the stream. Okay, let's wait. That's the door. I think I'm looking at this is one of the things I talked about. We talked about this when I was thinking what features I would like to see in the long dark, and I think one of them would be a little bit of a kind of touch sight, that you could actually move around the house even a little bit when it's completely dark without kind of cheating and turning on the brightness, so that you would get kind of maybe the lines of the furniture or something on that, but that's probably graphically a little hard to do, so they are probably not going to do it, but because it is just impossible to navigate inside a house when it's dark. Even that in real life you would have a kind of sense of touch, that's okay, here's a drawer, here's the bed. Because, or at minimum, some sort of indicator that's what level you are looking at. If you are fully healthy, what reason is there to rest rather than sleep in this game? Well, first of all, sometimes you can't sleep, so my energy meter, that I symbol on the bottom left, is now full, so I cannot sleep, so I have to pass time or rest. That's one. And then, at least for me, because there's benefits in having one long continuous sleep, because you heal more. I usually just rest to warm up, to pass time faster, and then I try to sleep basically when my energy is completely gone, so that I have maximum length for the sleep. But so basically sleep generates your health back faster, it regenerates your energy back faster. Those are the benefits of sleep over. And it might be that sleep uses less calories than when you are just there, eyes open, passing time. But sometimes it is beneficial to have that long sleep. So that's what at least I try to use. I try to use the energy completely, and optimally I would be like almost at the middle of the night with the moon.
Sure getting cold.
With the moon up on the center when I'm used all my energy and I go to sleep. So that I get 10 hours of sleep, and I don't wake up like this early in the morning, because this is the coldest part of the day. But is it now so that I will?
I'm freezing.
Why did I even come down here? Wasn't really thinking. Should have just spent the time up there. Oh crap! Guess we are using one couple of percentage of the fire striker, and let's make a fire. I might fish here if nothing else to pass the time. Although I probably shouldn't, because it will eat 10% of my axe. And it is so cold, I have to put coal in. And then before I forget, store the stones. Store the... What else I was carrying? Cat cells.
Yes.
Hey, Preakor, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Thank you so much. Just Preakor, 5 months of wonderful slow-paced bots. Indeed. Let's hope the afternoon, or the rest of the sunlight part of the day, is warm. And that the moose didn't disappear. We didn't have a blizzard in between, it was just a very nasty snowstorm. Snowfall, I guess. So the moose should be there. Holy crap, this is looking good. Okay, it is still extremely cold, but this is If I had waited, I could have actually made a fire with that. In the shelter... No, that's... Yeah, it's still extremely cold. But this might turn into a very nice day. Oh, you can actually put them under there. Oh, that is space saving. Huh. Huh. How about that? That's cool. You can actually put them there so deep that you will almost forget that they are there. That's cool. Sadly, you can't put tea here. Like, this would be a nice spot. I don't think you can put here. No, you can't. Okay, Mooserino. Is this the day? Is this the day when we get the moose, or is this the day when we get broken ribs? It's warming up. Torch, we are minus 14. If we drink that, we will be like minus 12. Or at least, well, actually, effectively minus 12, because it won't, the warmth won't go down so fast. Might be even more. Okay, Mr. Moose, first question is, are you still there? It is. Thank you, Mr. Mooserino. Just turned towards me. Okay, how long of a shot I can actually hit with? No, don't go that way. here we go. Broken ribs. Oh, one shot! No, what? Oh, it wasn't one shot. Grab. I thought it died! I thought it died! I thought it died. The sound was such and it didn't move, I thought it died. And then I tried to kind of go behind the tree, but I stood still for a while because I thought it died. And my second shot missed. Moose doesn't actually do that much damage. This is the bad part. So that place is off the limits now because I can't climb up. So with this you can't climb, and you are walking slower. Okay. Well, crap. So now I guess we go and break our other rib. That was actually a good shot, the first one. So I thought it was actually a kill because of that sound it made and because it didn't immediately move. But I haven't taken down so many of those that I would actually know. I think do I need to take another one? Okay, Mr. Moose. Okay, Mr. Moose. All right. The damage. The damage it did. I think bears do more damage to your stuff than the moose does. Yeah, it basically did no damage. The gear. Well, I might as well break my other rib. Because I can't climb anyway. So I might as well go for the other one. And we can also... Oh, wait. Oh, that actually goes down quite a bit. Carrying capacity goes down a lot. Yeah, the maximum carrying capacity goes down a lot. A lot. That's a downer, of course. Oh man, we'll get to listen. We'll get to listen to this breathing quite a bit. The bow is about to die as well. I have the other one in the angler's den. That was also good. I got to use these before they get ruined. Seeing the positives from all of this. Okay, Mr. Moose. Mr. Moose, Mr. Moose. Take two. It's bandage or... Oh, it's plus. Oh, that is true. Thank you. In most cases, it actually... It's one of those things. But you actually need to bandage yourself. Good point. And I think you also need to bandage yourself twice. So now it is. And I believe this needs to be... I don't remember if this counts that, like, do you actually need to rest for 120 hours. Okay. Okay, Mr. Moose. Mr. Moose. I have a couple of ribs left. You can have one of them. Maybe you should vamoose. No, we will break our ribs. All right, did it actually change position now? No, it's still there. Take the hot drinks. Thank you very much. Just in time for me to break another rib hunting a moose. I think my second one missed. I'm pretty sure my second one missed. The first one hit for sure. They don't bleed. Yes, moose doesn't bleed. You have to kill it with the hits. What I don't know is that if you, let's say that you hit the moose 5 times, that's kind of you still need to kill it right away. But does the chance for the critical hits go up if there's already 4 arrows in it? That I don't know. This is so far away. Oh, this is perfect angle. Oh, why did you have to do that? Was a miss. Was a miss as well, what the hell? Oh, hell yes! Boom! Yes! Didn't get my other rip, did ya? No, you didn't. This is my second shot from the first one. Ooh! Alright. I actually shot surprisingly accurately with these two. Just tiny bit over its head. Oh man, it's so satisfying to get moves in this game. that was a critical hit! It took an arrow to the knee. I used to be Ash Canyon Moose, but then I took arrow to the knee. That's the... maybe I shouldn't celebrate my shot that much. I'm better off just celebrating my my for good luck. Oh man, I don't know how unlikely that is actually to get the critical shot from a knee, but it's probably quite small. Oh, that is true. That is true. There might have been another arrow, but let's just say that it was the arrow in the knee. Let's just make that was the lethal shot. I think this is my first shot because this is from the first attack. This is not the lethal shot. I'm almost certain of it, but we can always check there. Oh, look at this day! What a day to be alive and have one rip that is not broken. It's so good.
I've never felt so cold in my life.
Still have one coal. Hey Yellowdine, thank you so much for the clip. Let's take a look at that clip in a moment. The tactic I learned from once. So first you take 3 kilos, you start doing 1. Then you, well, first of all make sure that you have enough capacity here, so that's part of my plan. And then you carcass harvest half. Then you cook the other meat, and then you carcass harvest the other half. I think I have just enough here to actually do this, but I will put a couple of these there. Those, and every opportunity we check for feathers. Then we harvest for health. That's one. That's one. Look, the other two. Carcass harvest the rest. And while we do this, we have 3 kilos of meat, 1.5 liters of water. Thank you. Thank you, Vons, for that. I learned that from Vons. I've been doing carcass harvesting like that ever since I saw Vons do it. Okay. Problem. Problem is I only have the fishing hut now. I am not aware of caves here. The only cave I know is there where I killed the wolves. So I guess I could just leave. I could just live in the fishing huts. Take these there. Maybe I'll just let's just first do some cooking here. I can always go to Angler's Den to sleep. It's pretty easy there, especially if I have a torch. The wolves, I don't think they have actually respawned yet.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I don't think there's wolves about. Just in case. Actually, this is too much.
Walk with this
Way too slow. Not too slow, so let's get one there. It's firewood. That is true. If they haven't respawned, I could just go there. Hold the meat, which I probably will. I will leave some meat here. I will go by the fishing hut, because right now that is my best bet if we get a blizzard right now.
God, I'd eat anything right about now.
I should have actually eaten some of that moose, but I forgot. Wolves will go for the meat if they are already chasing you, and you drop the meat as decoy, using the free key. So if you drop it when they have already noticed you, then the meat you drop count as decoy. But meat on the ground as is, no, doesn't do anything. Alright, one broken rib later. We'll still keep on going.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Blizzard! Okay, not a blizzard yet, but something like that. Okay, let's actually put this one there, this one there, that one there. I think the torch won't hold anymore. Yep. But it also means that fire in there has already gone out. Alright, I can't. Yeah, I can't sprint because of the broken ribs. I think the 120 hours is effective resting. You at least have to pass time in a bed or sleep. This is where the moose got my ribs. If it actually turns into a blizzard, I might haul a couple of those. Okay, at least those got cooked. So there's that. No, that's too much. Let's hold one there. Then let's see what we do. Oh, cattail is a little hidden. So let's go to the fishing hut. Then I might haul some of those bags to Angler's Den.
If I don't warm up soon.
Because that's where I need to do the long-term recovery, but we can do a little bit here in the fishing hut. The moose cracked your ribs, so you cooked his. It was a bitter ending to the bitter marsh moose. This takes too much time. Ideally we get what is it? Nice day on the next day, so then we can actually cook the meat where the meat is, where I killed the moose. And then we'll haul the meats to the angler's den. It is meat carpet time. Moose meat carpets. Get away from me. Getting from me deer meats. They are building a moose meat carpet now. We are only cooking one at a time, but I don't really care. I don't really care. We will be probably sleeping here for the night, so I might as well put some firewood in. Yeah, right now I don't mind if we get I actually hope we get as long of a blizzard as I have firewood here. As long of a blizzard as I have and speak those because I will use them now if I need it. But I should.
By snow and nothing to drink.
After I get this one, then we'll put one there, sleep, one there, sleep, one there, sleep. And we will not sleep for 10 hours. Just one. Exactly, Peladores. No clicking on 10 hours sleep. Because I think when you have a condition, you actually don't even wake up. Yeah, that's how the food gets glitched in. Build the meat carpet later. Let's get it outside. Exactly. This is all very good. I don't mind this blizzard lasting for 12 hours here. It's all Blizzard Walker. Blizzard Walker experience.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
I actually should have done that bare-handed because we are not in a rush to save the knife. Well, I've never luckily broken my ribs, but I think it is painful. So hearing Esther breathe like that is Indeed, sounds painful. It probably is. It probably is. It's only painful if you cough or laugh. Yeah, unless it's like sticking. The rib is not sticking somewhere. But I think it's quite different if you actually would break ribs in this kind of scenario versus you are in some sort of accident or you fall and you go into an actual hospital to get instead of just bandaging a couple of painkillers. So who knows where those broken ribs are sticking, like straight into her lungs. Like, oh, every breath hurts, like someone is stabbing her with a knife. What a trooper! What a trooper she is. I hope not. Let's say that she's breathing a little heavily because it hurts a bit, but she's not in that much of pain. So we'll all have easier time because we have a long way to go. Four down, 116 to go. It will go faster when if we get to the cabin. Freshly cooked moose meats. Because of situation like this, using those couple of like semi-warm days to actually get firewood here. All that preparation is making this way easier. 1 hour, not 10. Don't sleep 10. Reminding myself.
The guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Another blizzard! Blizzard Walker, here we come! I'm not even sure if that previous one was blizzard compared to this one. Now would kinda be the best moment to go to Angler's Den. Kinda. But I don't think I will. I will rather go in the daylight with a torch, even if the wolves are there. Yeah, I think so. If a wolf ever finds his way to the fishing hut while Zemalf is away, it's going to become a very well-fed wolf. Yep. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Although, as said, in the game mechanics, the wolves won't eat this, but role-playing wise, yes, it would be one happy wolf. Ancient techniques of building a perfect meat carpet were passed along from generation to generation until it was perfected. Perfected into the perfect meat carpets that would welcome visitors to the Ash Canyon Butcher's fishing huts. Sun is about to come up. I have a little extra coal if I need it. Let's first get a little bit of water here. Still blizzard, nice. Nice. Many hours into the Blizzard Walker. Oh. Okay, so the broken ribs doesn't work like the... I think if you get food poisoning, infection or intestinal parasites, you are able to sleep even if you are not tired. I think. Okay, but here's the... Okay, 110. Does the resting count? Does this count in healing? It does, okay. Okay, that's good. This weather seems pretty good to make our move. Nope, it's not. It is very cold. Very cold indeed. In this weather we do not move. We do not move an inch. I think you need to pass the full hour for it to count. If you cancel that, I'm not sure if it counts. It counts it in minutes. Doubt it. Should have taken a drink before I pass time. Still quite cold, but like alright-ish. Especially if we get some hot drinks. Carrying capacity is a little bit of a downer. But it is what it is. So what I would like to do, ideally, is go and cook the meat where it is right now, and I could do it. It's a decent torch. True. Speed it up now. That's probably one of the reasons why I leave it so often, because I'm kind of it's right there. It's kind of in the corner of my eye. Corner of my eye when I leave, it's kind of just there, and I just forget it. Okay, so all this stays here. Do I need those? No, I don't. On the other hand, no, I need to save a little bit of weight. A little bit of weight. All these I can burn. It's kind of the plan as well. Let's leave one stick here. I don't know why. There's still coal in the bin. These. No wind is good. So let's stop here. We'll make a note of that moose. Hey King Frog, how you doing? We are here with broken ribs, cooking the moose. that broke those ribs. Other than the broken ribs, actually doing really good in this game. Okay.
Come on, little fire. Come on.
King Frog and Tiny Frog. And we have all of them here. I'm on purpose taking a little bit of cold damage here before I decide, just in case the weather changes. Theory. Theory somewhere in here could be a really good spot for a fire. I'm not sure if these actually count as wind block, but at least in theory.
Come on, little fire. My fingers feel numb. Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up a bit. This pack is getting too heavy to carry. Did I say I hate being cold? Because I really do. I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Needs burrito. 130 days and still going. Any dodgy moments today and last week? Well, little bits. With this moose that we are cooking, but and I think the closest goal was 2 streams ago, when I accidentally slept for 10 hours in a fishing hut when I meant to click 1 hour. Luckily, I was not too low on energy, so I woke up when I had 13% health left. But that was the closest goal in the recent history. So the closest one is still the day 2 bear, 2%. Then I had a wolf attack in Fallen Musket, down to 7%. And then the 13%, 10 hours sleep. Those are the closest goals. Thank you, Zemalf, for today's XCOM episode. This mission kept me on the edge for the whole duration. Great job. I agree. It was kind of something I couldn't really kind of script. That it was so tight. So it was actually super interesting to play that mission. But yeah, as I said here earlier already to someone, the protected device missions are insanely hard in the War of the Chosen. Well, they were insanely hard in the already in the XCOM 2, but they are even harder now. Yeah, I went for that. Like I want the hardest mission. Let's go. So yeah, I torture myself for entertainment of many. Nope, not you. Oh nope, not you. Not you. You. This fire is not warming me up. That's on purpose. I didn't. I put only sticks in this and I didn't make it like hot. Hot. The other one has coal, so there I can get warm. But it's good. I'm not freezing. So I made this fire a warm one. Warmer one at least. Yeah, it's cold fire. that doesn't make sense to anyone else, but someone who has played the Long Dark, especially on the higher difficulties, because on is it Stalker already where it changes how the fires go, that they get their temperature like. It rises incrementally, not incrementally, but kind of step by step instead of straight into certain temperature. I think the fire temperature is same with all difficulties, isn't it? I think it is. Speaking of fire temperature, I need to get some of these sticks so I don't have to use coal on this anymore. Fire temperature is same in all difficulties, but the world is colder to make the fire more cold. Yeah, that's true. But it is kind of when you start a fire, if you put a coal in on Voyager, it's immediately plus 20 Celsius warmer. But on at least on Interloper, it starts from 0 and it builds up to the 20 over a little bit of time. Sometimes that's significant that it's not immediate, because you might die because you I almost harvested my axe. And the fire is gone. So this didn't protect it from that side. I thought this would be enough to actually block it, but the wind got it. Okay, but we got almost all of it, and we might be able to tender this. This fire by feeding it a little bit of a little bit at once, but maybe not. Yeah, it's too windy. So only 5 full pieces and now one small one. Sounds like it actually went down. Yep. The wind might have turned a bit, so we got another one in there. So let's harvest that now. Actually, the bigger problem with this wind is that I can't get. My plan was to go with a torch. Go with a torch. So how do we handle this then? Oh, I've been carrying this with me. Well, I guess I might as well take that curing thing into the anglers then. I've been carrying the 5 kilo moose hide all the time.
Man, I could use a drink.
But I think it's sunny enough to. Needs to be completely clear. The sky might actually clear up. Okay, how do we do this? I could go see if the wolves are there and then come back. I don't want them to come to me in sense if they are there, because that's that narrow corridor is actually kinda annoying. I have a couple of pieces of the deer meat still there, and I have 20 cattails as well. I left some cattails on the fishing hut, but I left those there on purpose. I think I have 10 cattails at the angler's den as well, so that's 30 cattails. It's actually kind of a big. I wasn't thinking that it would be such a big thing, but not being able to run is actually. It is actually quite significant penalty. I think the sky might be clearing. I don't think this is still a Macklin's sweater, and that reminded me. Okay, those are rights. Ash Canyon Weird. Okay. Wolves, are you there? I don't see you, at least now. But I don't trust you.
I need to find some place to escape this cold. Cold.
Yeah, they didn't come back yet, so I could have carried the meat, but I didn't want to take the chance. If the wind would have stayed down and I could have carried a torch, then I would have taken the meat already. Because with the torch I could have kept the wolves away. Yeah, I think it's a balancing thing that you can't use the big belt as blankets right away. So that you have to craft the bare petrol as such. Okay, but that's actually a decent amount of food. That is decent amount of food right there. That's 1 day. 1 day plus the cattails. And now that I'm here, I can also finally drop the extra 5 kilos I'm carrying. My bow is quite broken, so I'm almost feeling that I should change it now. Yeah, that's like 42% is like emergency bow. One of the hardest things to place in this game are bows. Because they turn like this instead of like any other item. Some repairs. Tails. So I think my plan right now is to rest here, but then also go and carry. Go and carry the meat here and then basically rest here quite a bit. And around this area I'll actually be... Nice, I want to pick that up to my bow. If I get the torch going, I probably just want those with me. I don't know why I keep carrying the accelerants with me. Maybe one as an extreme emergency if I need an instant fire. Hey, Cable Turf. Yes, still alive. I hunted a moose. Hunted a moose, it got one of my ribs, but then after that I got the moose, so where we are. We have already cooked the moose, most of it. working on the recovery. So here I have plenty of firewood. To keep myself in water, I have plenty of water there as well. Do have the energy, so I could actually just go in there and carry the cooked meat here right now. Just not worry about at all making any fires. You know what? That's probably my best. Probably my best action right now. I only have 2 clothes here. It's all the clothes in the homesteaders. I think it is. Time. Well, unless it turns into a blizzard, it's kinda right now. Cooking pots, yes, it didn't take any damage from the moose, and it didn't take damage otherwise. It's so freakishly cold. Nah, there's no. I can when I go there, I can see if the wolves are there when when I come back. Yeah, it's alright. As far as I know, the bot doesn't degrade, but I have been attacked by some creatures, so I think they have actually caused the damage. I'm not sure. You can repair the bot, so I think it does degrade, maybe on purpose, but I don't know. I have not noticed anything like that before, but on the other hand, this is by far my longest run. Which reminds me, the longest run. It was this day when I killed the moose, and I think that's moose number 5. Actually, writing this does remind me that, well, A, I actually have to call it a night, and B, we should definitely take a look at that clip before we completely leave. So, as said, I play The Long Dark every Tuesday, so we will continue from here next Tuesday, same time. So I now streamed about 5 hours, so 5 hours back is the time when I start. And that's where the game saves. So let's take a look how I got the moose. So that was 242-ish days. So just a moment, let me open that. And
oh man, it's so sad.
No, shut up, me. Okay, that was actually not the moose kill. It was the aftermath. But aftermath is actually pretty good. I'm here. That's past me.
Oh man, it's so satisfying to get moose in this game. that was a critical hit. It took an arrow to the knee.
So that's the one that actually took it.
Oh man, it's so satisfying to get moose in this game. that was a critical hit.
I have to check if that was actually the lethal hit.
It took an arrow to the knee.
I have to check if that was actually the killing shot. All right, but thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, and here on Twitch we will raid someone. Let's see who we raid. On the past Tuesdays we have raided once, and I think we will raid once again. So let's go. Hey, say hi to once, and I'll see you guys on Thursday for BattleTech. So I start playing BattleTech this week. I'll try it out this week. If it's good, then we go on for the on the Thursday-Friday slot. But yeah, I'll see you guys on Thursday or at latest next week.